question. That's why I want to ask him, like, what would his answer be? Like, what would it be? Don't tell us like it'll be different. We get that. So what would the number be in Illinois or California or Mississippi or Alabama? What would those numbers
Well, I can answer that question. Hello, I can answer that.
I'm sure neither of them are medical.
I can, I don't know if it's you, Akiva, but someone is like pots and pans that are smashing together in the background. It's very annoying. I can answer that question. It actually does not depend what state you're in. It actually depends.
In Madison, all I can hear is her pots and pans.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. It doesn't depend what state you're in. It depends what city you're in. For example, I'm in California. If I'm living in Beverly Hills or Brentwood or West LA or like a good part of downtown LA, shit, a living wage might be a couple $100,000 a year. On the other hand, if I'm living like 50 or 100 miles east of there, or I'm living in Northern California up by the border of Oregon, a living wage literally might be $60,000 a year. It's really not the state. It's really the city that you're.
Well, state taxes have a larger impact than the city taxes.
Yeah, and that's probably why Florida and Texas don't have state taxes.
Well, but see, Florida and Texas have high property taxes. So if you go to a state that
they have no state income tax, right?
Well, they have no state income, but they have no state income tax, but they're still taxed in other ways.
And by toll roads, every express lane is a fucking toll road. They are getting taxed for driving every day.
Can I make one point real quick? Just make 20 seconds and I'll shut up. Steve, I'm going to answer your question. And I need to add upon what I said. I'm for a universal basic income. I'm for giving people
that's
money.
socialism right there. What you talking
about? Listen to no, you have to listen.
No, let's hear him speak. And since you're for that, how much do you want to give people?
Depends upon how much you make. But here's the caveat.
Let's say you make nothing. Let's say you're not working, unemployed.
You get $40,000 a year from the government for
hold on, and let's say you're making $50,000 a year, which is basically $25 an hour. How much?
So it comes down to it's
what does it come down to? It depends on what they make.
$40,000.
Okay, so let me get. Hold on. Let's recap. You're in favor of a universal basic income. If nothing, the government gives you $40,000. If you make $50,000, the government gives you $30,000. It's what you said, right?
Yeah, yes.
Please continue. Go ahead.
I don't have the exact scale, but generally speaking, with broad strokes, universal basic income across the country. Here's the caveat. So when you live, or maybe not universal income, maybe it's universal housing, living, housing expenses. So if you're living in government subsidized housing, remember I said that department goes away. So now we're going to sell that government housing to the private sector, and then that person, John Doe, who gets that money, we're going to pay him $1,500 a month to live for that apartment. Or he can take it out of his universal basic income. And that money goes, then he's responsible for paying his rent. My point is, give money directly to the people so then they can manage their own money and they can manage their own bills, and the federal government doesn't have to do it for you. Get an income tax, Milton Friedman. I encourage everybody to look it up. As the room has gone silent.
Steve, Christian still here? What are your thoughts on that? With what he's referring to?
I think it is one of the most ridiculous, stupidest ideas I've ever heard. And not the idea of universal basic income, UBI. I have always I have always been against it, and I will never be in favor of UBI. Never.
But don't we already do that?
No, we don't. The answer is no, we do not.
We don't give food stamps to people that don't make enough money.
Food stamps is not beyond. Food stamps are food stamps.
But you see how, I know it's not, but you understand how replacing food stamps by giving people cash directly, you're replacing food stamps with giving money directly to the people.
Yeah, and I think it's a totally ridiculous idea because then the people are not guaranteed food. They can go spend that money on anything they want.
Bingo. And that's where me and you politically are different. If they're not responsible for it, why should I be as a taxpayer? I don't
Why
need
should we
Big
give them
Brother.
UBI
I
under
don't
the same
need,
rationale?
because we have to at this point.
No, I don't have to. That's your own.
We have
I know we have to.
Who
I
want,
mean,
hold on. How do you, somebody who wants the government to pay less money and have less of a larger bureaucracy, do you then go to argue you want UBI? You realize the bureaucracy you would have to employ to do that.
a lot
Even
less
if you're
bureaucracy.
Republicans.
A lot less bureaucracy than the dozen departments that we have. The
You
Department
are
of HUD,
if
the
you
HUD.
are seeking to give money to every single person, think about the dispersing agents. Think about the people that have to calculate that. Those are tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of
Sorry,
dollars.
RS.
Yes, it's less than several million. My point is, for somebody who says they want small government, this is a pretty big government move. Not to mention, you have to completely eradicate the federal budget as it exists in order to feed UBI in the first place.
Well, we will save a lot more money, trillions, by getting rid of all the federal bureaucracy within HUD, within Department of Commerce, all of that stuff. We don't need it. Like, why can't we let the states take care of it?
Hey, Matt, so basically what you're saying, Matt,
The
is
stuff
like-
you hold on, the stuff you need to initially save is social programs. It means you either have to pass a law to get rid of them or to amend them. You then, the number one expense on the U.S. budget will become the interest in the debt. You can't add UBI and the interest of the debt and expect our debt to go down.
No, our federal budget would come down drastically.
Let me be clear.
Yes, and then we want to give that money back to
I-
people instead of actually paying down
I
the debt,
think what he's
which is
saying,
what Donald
like-
Trump has recommended the entire time he has been in office. When he was in office the first time, that's what he recommended, and he's recommended that the second time he's been in office. No. Let's not pay down the deficit. Let's not pay down the debt. It's going to screw over your children and my children. Let's go ahead and just give the money back to the people. That makes tons of
But
sense.
you had-
Despite the fact that the largest expense in our inventory will be the interest on our debt.
Wait, 1 minute.
Because I know the expense would come probably $7 trillion down to $5 to $4 trillion from this government if you gave money directly
We don't need
and cut out the federal bureaucracy
$7 trillion government
and all of that.
after promising to save us a bunch of money.
I agree. And that's the reason I'm not a big fan.
Akima, did you want to say something? You were trying to say something too.
Oh yeah, sorry, dude.
Go ahead, Akima. What were you wanting to say?
I appreciate that. But what I was trying to say, I was trying to be clear what Matt is saying. So basically, Matt, you're saying like if you make $0, you get $40K, right? But
Yeah,
you
but
don't
you
get
all-
nothing else. But you don't get nothing. You don't get SNAP. You don't get no other benefits. Right out, just give you $40K, and you do with it what you will. Is that
That's what he's saying.
Correct. You get X amount of dollars, whether it's 40, 50, or whatever.
I kind of get what you're saying. Because it'll cut out so many diseases. It'd be like this one disbursement. But what the part you're missing though is like, to get like benefit, get like $15,000 a year. So you want to almost quadruple that and add on people who don't get nothing. There are hundreds of people, like the homeless people, that they don't get nothing. But now you want to give them $40,000 a year.
So, but
So really think about what you're saying.
It's not only that. It's not. By the way, hello. Firstly. Okay, I want to welcome back our fearless. Everybody, go on mute, please. Thank you. I want to welcome back our fearless leader, JB. Thank you very much. I want to make one comment, and then I'm going to turn it over to JB. And that is, you also forgot about if we're just going to give them a check and nothing else, what happens when someone gets sick and they have to go to the doctor or the ER and they can't afford it? Are they just going to be turned away into the streets and die in the streets?
They'll do what they did
Or-
in the 50s and 60s. That's why they had church hospitals.
Which is what? What do they do?
That's why they had Methodist hospitals and Baptist hospitals. They took care
We're going to rely on religion. I turn it back to JB. It's good to see you.
Praise the Lord. Just wanted to pop in, make sure everybody was behaving. What's up, PB? Good to see you. Matt, good to see you, Matt. I'll let you guys continue the conversation. I'm going to sit down and eat. I'll be back in a few minutes. Maddie, behave yourself. Don't
I'll
take it.
try. God dang it. I'm sorry.
Allahu Akbar. That's all I can say to you, man. Allahu Akbar.
Who's that?
You'll figure it out.
If you tell me,
Be still.
He said Allahu Akbar.
But to who? To JB?
I was saying that to Matt, because Matt was saying basically turn up to religion. So I was just,
Okay, I get it. Sorry, I thought you were telling him like
Got
one
it,
of the
great.
key.
I hear that. Got
if you
it.
took $50 million and gave everybody $40,000, $50 million is $2 trillion. Okay, so then you have another $1 trillion that is our is defense, and the other $2 trillion, I think $2.5 trillion is Social Security, Medicaid. Now I'm nearly.
Wait, you want to raise our defense spending to $2 trillion a year?
It's a $1 trillion. No, it's a $1 trillion. Not cut. This $1 trillion is federal government. $2 trillion goes back to 50 million low-income earners, and then you have so $1 trillion just at interest, $1 trillion to defense, and then you have $2 trillion to the people. That's $4 trillion, and then let's call it another $1.5 trillion, $2 trillion, whatever. So you're $6 trillion.
hey, Matt, you just
This
saying
year-
numbers, Matt. You just saying numbers, bro.
But Steve asked for those numbers, so you're almost just doing that. You balance the budget. The catch is you have to close down all the federal departments.
But how much do you
People are
lose?
responsible.
Like, how much do you lose in terms of any type of subsidy, whether it be factory workers,
All
you know,
of it
for
goes away.
so all of those people, all the farmers,
All
everybody's
goes
gone, goes away, and then
All
you just
goes
give
away.
everybody. Okay.
Because
Yeah, I think
why
that's
the private sector
respectfully
can do
retarded, but-
well. I'm sorry, but the federal government sucks at
Don't
everything.
vote
But
for
most
Matt,
everything
guys.
does.
Do not vote for Matt.
Yeah, I'm out on this one.
Well,
Sorry.
what does the federal? What's the federal government that does that's efficient, effective, and cheaper than the private sector? Nothing.
What?
Yeah,
Say
but
it
you
again?
want to spend
What do you
money.
do in
You
the
just don't
meantime?
want to spend it. But here's my issue with it, Matt. You want to spend money, a lot of money, like a lot of money, but you don't want to spend it on any type of innovation and any type of jobs. Like instead of the carrot, you want the, I guess cake.
That's what the private sector.
Cake you needed to?
That's what the private sector's for.
Yeah, the private sector is for employing people.
It will light the economy on fire, and we'll get to 4, 5, 6% GDP. And
So you're saying-
we'll pay more.
Go back to your local fire bureaus instead of having insurance to cover and taxes to cover the fire department.
Yeah, but the more the insurance, the more the federal government gets involved, the more expensive everything gets. No further than healthcare, look no further than Social Security, look for no further than education. I'll put on the list of what gets more expensive.
That's
The
a
federal
half.
government gets involved.
That's a half truth, but if you don't have government involved, there's areas that won't have any coverage at all of healthcare or road infrastructure or the like. So
There are road
it's
infrastructure.
not a
State
utopia that
government.
you're making it out to be
The
either.
state government should be
Ryan,
responsible for.
you don't understand. This is a libertarian,
question.
but he just wants to write everybody a check at the same time. You just.
I have a question. I have a question for people who support the universal basic income. Now this is a concern, and I'm just asking this just rationally. So people in support of the universal basic income. Now we've heard that people say that people on welfare will abuse the system, and someone says something about a fancy car, and the person was on food stamps. So if you give someone a universal basic income, perhaps what do you think that there's any barriers from someone spending that on luxury goods and not on essentials and on healthcare? I guarantee you a lot of people will spend it on things they need. There also will be some people who perhaps are addicted to substances
Yes.
will spend
I
it
think-
on drugs and alcohol. So that's
Yeah, I
think
about you.
Matt
sorry to interrupt. I asked that about 10 minutes ago, and he said that's what the churches are.
No, that's a them problem, not that's a them problem, not a
He
me
wants
problem.
Darwin's law. That's what he's.
In other words, it's not the government's problem to help its people.
Matt, one question
that's-
for you.
No, you're right, Dave. Hey, wait a minute. You're right, Steve. It's the government's responsibility to protect us. It's not the government's responsibility to help us. I don't need help from the federal government. I want them to leave me alone.
Okay.
Give me back more of my tax dollars.
Matt, one quick question for you. In the last 5 years, did you notice anything that happened when you wrote a check to everyone in terms of what prices?
What? It's become
They went down to you, of course.
I'm saying that when you spend more money and you write checks to people, in the last 5 years, did you notice what happens
yeah,
to
it's
them?
called inflation.
Right,
Bad inflation. So therefore, well, here's what I'm saying. You're missing the point here. If you spend $2 trillion giving cash directly to the people, okay, what you're doing is you're saving probably $2 trillion in the expenses it takes to run the massive bureaucracy of the federal government. The federal government has no incentive to save money. The federal government has no incentive to be innovative. Look no further than the FAA. I mean, they're using programs from the 1980s.
Look, I'm
The
not
federal government
arguing
has-
for a big government. You are. This is the confusing part of this conversation. Stop.
Your utopia math only works if everybody does what you think they're gonna do with the money.
I don't know what everybody's going to do with their money, and that's not a me problem, that's a them problem. That's the problem with our federal government. It's a safety net. It should not be a safety net. People need to take personal responsibility for
Then
what
why
they
give them
do, how they
UBI
spend
at
their
all?
money.
It's
Because
called
you have to.
Be done.
Because you have to at this point.
That's gonna work great if you have starving poor people in the streets who can't afford medical insurance.
Yeah, and that's not going to happen. Look what's happening now. I think it's so
Why
great today.
Government decided to implant some of the stuff things in the first place. If you go back to the
Because they wanted to get elected. Great question. Did anybody ask for Social Security? Nobody asked for Social Security. Nobody in the 30s asked for Social Security. They just gave it to us.
Have not read why they put the programs in place.
Because politicians wanted to get elected.
Advocate for the ripping out of something, you would do good to know why it's there.
Because politicians wanted to be elected.
Yeah, it's not that simple. You need to go back and you need to look at the arguments that the legislators were making. It's not as simple as they wanted to stay in power. You had people who actually believed the church didn't cover everything. Down here, we are the poorest area in Texas. Without federal help, people I know would go starving. There's not enough money around. It just isn't. And your insistence here that there is some sort of utopian outcome where you don't wind up with starving people or you don't wind up with malnourished people is nonsense. A large part of the 20th century history of America is the clawing out of poverty of the middle class. It is the crime for going from the farms where you made no money during the Dust Bowl and the Depression into the city to make a living which you could feed your families on. It's not simply about ripping out what's already established, in particularly because you're not sure why it was.
Nobody asked. Let me interrupt. Just say one thing. Nobody asked for Social Security. Nobody asked for it. And guess what? The federal government gave it to us. It's about to break
why they
us.
gave it to you?
Find one politician. I'll land here. Find one politician that's got elected by taking shit away from people.
That's not what I asked, Matt. What I asked was, do you know why they put it in place? Do you know what the arguments were in the Congress?
It was during the Great Depression.
Why do you think we did it then? What were the arguments?
To stimulate the economy.
No, not even a little bit. Not even
Absolutely. And guess what?
Matt,
Nobody was asking for it. Nobody was asking for it. But they just gave it to us.
It was put in place by FDR. He believed people who were 61 through 67 should be able to live with a little bit of dignity before they died. Because prior to that,
And they were.
starving.
No, they weren't.
Prior to that, they were starving and dying in their houses when they couldn't work.
Guys, I think we've got a lot of people who
I'm sorry, I'll be
have
on mute
opinions
now.
on
I'm gonna
stage.
eat
No, it's
dinner.
totally fine.
I'm sorry.
But yeah, totally fine. Nothing wrong with that. No one was even jumping in. So just wanted to give other people an opportunity to maybe, I don't know, take it a different direction, stay here, make a comment on what.
Yes, if you haven't spoken in a half hour, now is a good time. And by the way, to talk about anything you want. And by the way, hi, Paige.
I love you, Steve. I love you, Marshall.
Always love talking to you, Matt, even when we disagree.
All right. Well, nobody new wants to speak and nobody wants to come up. I guess it's back to UBI.
Do you agree that we have UBI today in the form of food stamps and government?
You already asked me that, and I already told you no.
Okay. Well, that's money going to us.
No, food stamps are not money. No.
Yeah, the government writes lots of checks and a lot of different people and entities get it, but that doesn't mean that it's the same philosophy of UBI. Therefore, for specific reasons, you're asking for a blanket reason. There's a very big distinction.
Well, one thing also to add to what Marshall was saying is prior to these benefits, you had people on the streets, mothers and children starving and begging. So, and you also had, so that's why do we want to go back to that where we're seeing families in the streets starving and begging the Victorian era? Also, the other thing with the universal basic income that I question is, it kind of goes back to that era too, is would be fathers who would work in the city, but then they would drink their earnings away and not give to their families. So by just giving people a bunch of money, a lot of people will use it well. There will be some people who will spend it on substances and nice cars and not their family. How do we prevent that?
Yeah, and you don't have to go back to the Victorian era, with all due respect. You just go back to the Depression, and coming out of the Depression, there was 25% documented unemployment. 1 in every 4 people were not working.
Well, and does this actually raise the quality of life for anyone? And they've done a lot of pilot studies. There's mixed information out there. I don't have the sources on hand. The last few I looked at were saying that with this program, actually people got poorer who were already poor. And so, you know, in the little pilots they ran. And so it's just one of those things that, okay, are we even doing anything, or are we truly just sacrificing any type of hope for innovation to just get people on the dole?
The LBJ had the war on poverty, was it? How's that worked out for us? If it just doesn't. Here's my point about it. The Great Depression was extended by government intervention. If the government just would have left us alone, it was coming out of the Great Depression.
Yeah, what do you base that on? What do you base that on?
I'll pull the data right now.
Fine, thank
you. You're welcome, Steve. Hold on.
I mean, I guess we got to figure out what you mean by the poor in general, and what you think is normal, and what you want to see. What level of poverty would you like to see in this country?
People aren't poor in this country. That's my point, and people are going to hate me for that.
Okay, but you want to give them money.
We have to at this point. I mean, you have to.
Why?
If
they're not poor, why would you change the status quo? It's a very simple question. Not if you're running for office. Why would you?
If I was God for the day, okay, there's 2 different ways I go about debating.
Oh my God.
If I was God for the day, president for the day, they had to do, I would shut down every department, give everybody probably $40,000 and say, once this $40,000, you're on your own. But every department shut down except the Department of Treasury. That's what I would do. Now here's the compromise. But here's the deal. Let me finish. I said there's 2 things. So that's the way I would do it if I was God for the day.
I'm just going to go back to the
since I'm not God for the day, I'm going to go back. So here's the compromise. If I had to compromise and I was the president or a politician, I would say, here's the deal. Let's go ahead and, because no one wants to shut down all these departments, how about if we give people directly cash, can we shut down these departments? Is that a compromise? And I think I can make a good argument for that. So those are the 2 ways I would approach this debate.
Okay, so no one is poor in your opinion?
No, not in this country. Nope.
In this country?
Nobody's starving. Nobody's hungry. Nope.
So what are you trying to fix?
Nothing. Because it's
So
not the
why
federal
are you
government's
changing something?
responsibilities. Because it's not the federal government's responsibility to fix anything in this country. It's to get out of our way and let the state and local governments come in and intervene when needed.
But
And
you're
if the state and local
taking
governments
positive
aren't doing
action. You're doing something.
30
What about federal highways? Is it the government's responsibility to take care of that?
No, give it back to the state. Give it to the states. Let them.
All right. What about federal land? Is it the government's responsibility?
Sell it all. Don't need it. Why is the federal government own land? Sell it all.
You know what one of the biggest problems with living in every part of the country? There were people asking for federal government grants, under the Jackson administration particularly, for roads between counties. Think about this. Roads between counties. Texas has tollways. Do you know how far down the debt ladder the tollways are? They have at least 25% more of their stuff to pay back before they're even with the state. And those things were installed 10 or 20 years ago. They've been profitable for nearly two decades. And they've been subsidized by our state government for shits and giggles because they think that is better than federal highways. The federal government is the only entity in the country who can take on the debt for the long-term expansion and hold it. States can't do that. And highways don't make a return for 50 years on average. Which if you're expecting states to build together, then you're going to run into all sorts of state issues. It's why you need a federal entity. It's why you need a federal entity to say, fuck your state issues, here's where we're building a road. Because sometimes it's not about the state interest. It's about needing to build a road for commerce through a particular part. Where they've been arguing where I live, they've been trying to expand a federal highway for 45 years.
I-69.
They just got for it. The point being, this is the entity, the only entity that can take on that kind of long-term debt and hold it. But it gets harder to hold that debt when we do things like add UBI and not pay down our debt.
Why don't we just make these interstates tollways? Make them all tollways.
Stick in the spirit of JB, we have a new person on the stage. William, how are you? Would you like to say anything?
Thank you for the kind welcome. I hope you get the interstate you need, Marshall. I'm all for it.
I mean, we need something aside from our two state highways. I mean, they're nice, but like we need a third option. We have a lot of truck traffic out of the valley, and it definitely needs a federal corridor.
But I'm going to preface this, but these crazy ideas that I have, which legitimately are crazy, but your half of your federal tax dollars will come back to you.
Okay.
Your federal income tax should be probably 10%, 12%. That's it.
You think you could fund the United States military on 12% from everybody? Are you kidding?
My point is, your federal income tax, you should be paying about half of that if you implement my wonderful Milton Friedman policies.
That's the largest tax burden doesn't come from the federal government, it comes from the state.
Marshall, what do you think? I have maybe a new question.
Let's go to the
otherwise I
question.
can stick
This
on.
is interesting, but maybe we can draw in more people.
Okay, sounds good. So I've been hearing this is kind of maybe a hot debate on Clubhouse this week. If you get rid of the SNAP benefits, as of today, would people starve in this country? People seem to disagree on that. I want to hear what the stage thinks. This is my best JB impersonating.
I think over time extended, if it just didn't exist, you would have people that starved, yes.
Like to
There are
death?
Yes, but we're not going to be one of those places you take a camera to and like the Depression and go, look at these long lines, look at all these skinny kids. It'll just go on quietly separate in America. There'll be a percentage of Americans who simply just aren't food secure. I'm trying to answer your question without the value judgment.
No, I'm curious. I'm curious what anyone thinks. Steve, Kima, Simon, Meg, William.
Is the question?
Jacob.
Hello.
Definitely. Okay. So much.
Hey, Megan.
No. Sorry, Meg. I was just saying hi to Jacob. That's all.
Okay. No, I don't think that America is going to be like some of the countries we see where there are emaciated children, and no, that's, I don't think we're going to start like that. However, long term, it's going to have more of an effect of children being unable to learn in school if they're hungry. You know, you're having these. Are we getting rid of the free meals programs too? Because children need food to be able to study. So that's going to be affecting their academic, which then means that we have a class of people that are going to be doing poor academically that are already struggling.
I think that's provided by the state, K through 12. No? Yes.
So that would be a state by state thing. But I mean,
Right.
there would be
Yes.
there would be states that would probably cut that, don't you think?
Well, that's up to each state, but the bottom line is it's not a federal benefit, K through 12. It's a state benefit.
Yeah, there's definitely there could be. I mean, there's probably states that would probably cut that. But if you have nothing, yes, it would be long-term food security. I don't think you would see skeletal people dying on the streets, but you would have food insecurity, and you would have a lot of probably civil unrest. Because people going hungry. It's there's the revolution. It's the French Revolution. You know, a lot of it was people going hungry.
That's the question. Is it a let them eat cake type of situation where people are truly starving to the point that they would, tax it, and also talk about food insecurity in the line there, because I do think this is a good topic, and I think this is a sensitive issue, and I agree that no one in this country should starve or not know where their next meal is coming from. So if anyone knows the difference between those two in that line, I think that's kind of interesting to explore. I'll look it up if no one knows.
Off the top of my head, no, I do not know.
I'm sorry, what's the question? I thought I heard the question.
The difference between starving and food insecurity. Is it you don't know where your next meal is coming from, the next 2 weeks of meals? What does it mean?
So if I understood it, it means
Gotcha.
you don't know where your next meal is coming from. And for example, when I went to school in Brazos County in College Station, 1 in 3 people were quote food insecure as a stat, meaning they didn't know where their next meal or two would come from.
Get them.
Marshall, how many years ago was that, please? How many years ago?
Gosh, it's 2025 now. Over a decade.
About 10 years. Yes, about 10 years.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. If somebody is starving to death, if anybody is injured and can't get medical treatment, they can show up at their local ER, which is paid for by the county, not the Fed. And they might have to waiting for them for a long time. But if you are indeed starving to death, yes, I'm sorry? Okay. If you are indeed starving to death, you're going to go to your local county ER, and you're going to get taken care of, and then it's going to be paid for by the state.
Hey, I got a question if it's okay. Can you hear?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Yes, we can hear you.
What I got a question on is like we saw all the bad.
In fact, if I may, I'm glad you came in because I need a hug.
We all do, bro. We all need one. I think from listening, I've been listening for the past hour or so, and I think everybody has their opinions, and we're all Americans, and we all watching this unfold in real time. And I think the frustration for most, especially the taxpayers that pay their money, is the lack of representation that's going on currently right now. On both sides of the aisle, both sides of the parties, this is playing with real people. There's been we've watched the bailouts of the government over the years that have happened with the banking industry, the automotive industry. We've seen $60 billion go overseas with Argentina right now, as well as we've seen money go to Ukraine in the previous administration. And I think my frustration in all of this is the Americans are going through a political pom-pom football game where we have some rooting for the Democrats, some rooting for the Republican regime, and in the midst of it, neither one of these parties is getting anything done for the American people. we're all getting fucked with no Vaseline. Pause. So my thing is, when are we as American people gonna recognize the games that they're playing? With these corporations playing games with us, with this Congress playing games with us, with these presidential elects playing games with us that are just puppets on a string initially. When are we gonna wake up from this shit? Like it's to the point where there are people out here right now hungry, and there's some defraud the system, that is true, but there's some defraud the system in Congress. We watch Brett Favre fraud the system in his state. We've watched fraud all across the place. When are we gonna look at this shit? Like, is it okay to starve kids because you two parties are playing games with the people? Is it okay to take away jobs from federal employees or people like air traffic controllers and even some of our military staff and different people in the sector? Is it okay to take away their paychecks and their livelihoods, and some of them even going to food banks right now because they're not making any income? Is that shit okay? Are we not human enough to where we have empathy and sympathy for people right now who are basically having their lives swept up under them right now with no fault of their own? Like, discussion gonna be had. When is it?
Okay, you made your point, and I
got one more thing to say.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I just feel like we're played, as I stated before. We got played with the bad administration, played with this one. The Congress still get their pay. They get to go home to their nice, lavish life, in which case they tripled and sometimes quadrupled their net worth since they've been in Congress.
No, I think you've made, that's a...
Yeah, go ahead, Paige. Go.
Thank you. That's interesting, and I hear the frustration and all the complaints and understand. I do think that there is maybe talking past each other on both sides from what I witnessed, where a lot of it is like, you don't care if people starve. And I think at least what I've seen with some of the shutdown that opened my eyes is that when you take away the subsidies, for some of the ACA for the top earners, the ones that are being extended, is that you see how much we're actually paying for some of this stuff. And it's crazy because, we're all paying for that if you pay taxes. And so I think a lot of it, especially when it's like a 51-year-old couple who retired early, but they have ACA because, they're just single with no kids and they, can have $137,000 income, that is like not the same as people, starving because SNAP isn't being done. So I think that, a lot of this gets a little bit complicated, where more of it is like, what are we actually paying for? And then the answer to that is, well, people are starving. It's like,
okay, the $60 million to Argentina, what are we paying for with that? No one asked that question. What are we paying for to Argentina?
There's a very simple guy. Tonight, Democrats agree to the CR as is, then you get to feed people.
But see, here's the thing. Both sides, like I said, with Ukraine and Argentina, we didn't, as taxpayers, authorize none of that shit. And it's going out of this country. And we got people starving in this country. Make this shit make sense.
All right, Hug. You made your point. Why don't you go on mute for a few minutes? Let a couple of people respond. Believe me, Hug, you've been heard. You made your point.
Made it. You got to stop bitching. You got to go to a solve. It's very simple. Democrats just give up. Sign the CR. People eat tonight. It's very, very simple. Now, if you don't want to do that, then the Republicans have to negotiate with them, and they're not.
So we're going to let people starve because they're playing games.
Oh, no, Steve already asked you to be quiet for a couple minutes.
No, fuck them. I'm going to talk when I want to.
All right. Well, fair enough. Hug. Okay. Hold on, everybody.
Mention is all.
Hug gets a timeout because we gave him plenty of time to speak, to express his opinion, and then when we asked him to go on mute and let other people talk, I think if I heard him correctly, Paige, did he say "fuck that"? I'm going to talk when I want. I don't think so. You're gonna get a timeout, and Paige and Marshall, you guys can bring him up whenever you feel is appropriate. Paige, why don't you continue?
Okay, but we would love to have Pug back if everyone else could just, finish, and maybe we could.
I agree. I like what he had to say.
Yeah. But I think Ulraj spoke. Anyone else have anything to add to the conversation?
Candidate, I just want to say that I got 1,500 signatures to run for Congress. Every person that I got to sign, I said, what's your top priority? The number one priority is housing. Complaints of why does the family across the street from me not have to pay rent? Why are they all on SNAP and cash welfare? Well, I got to work my ass off and pay my rent. Housing is your biggest expense here. This is typical clown house tomfoolery, where we sit here and talk about a nothing burger. Meanwhile, people can't pay their rent and they're 8 months behind on their mortgage. That's the truth.
Then do you believe in rent control then on your campaign? Because that's the only way you're going to control it. There's no other way. If demand exceeds supply, supply goes up, prices go up. If you don't believe in control, then you're nowhere different from anybody else who just wants to bitch about it. You got to come with solutions. And if you can't come up with solutions, you just get in line and complain.
Hold on.
William, go ahead.
Yeah, what the congressional candidate do, he specifically mentioned subsidies through Section 8 is part of why, that is part of why the costs are so high. You have a lot of people getting money from the state, from the federal, and that's part of the housing price. We had a proposal today. I don't know if you guys saw the headline. Trump launched 50-year mortgages. Trump's answer to affordability is longer mortgage periods. It's not actually increasing supply. It's not fixing the subsidies. It's just total horse shit. So I'm with our guy. What's your name again? Who's running for?
You mean candidate? The profile name candidate?
Kitover.
Right. I usually don't like people doing.
You want his real name in the profile? It's John Kitover, and I'm not even looking at.
Well, fuck that guy. I don't like that. That guy is a scumbag. Total scumbag. Reporting bullshit. Go to hell, Kitover.
Well, that's who just spoke, and you wanted to know his name.
Yeah, I need to know who he is so I can block his ass, motherfucker.
Okay, all right. I didn't hear that Trump was endorsing a 50-year mortgage. Was that the first time he did that was today? Was that the first time today?
Recent. I just heard about it today. I looked at it.
I did not hear that.
Buy a house at 40 and then pay it off at 90. Makes perfect sense to me.
The optimism, people saying people are just starving and there's no help or no food going out isn't totally correct. Yeah, there's some people that are doing without certain foods, but I personally have a struggle when people say, oh, they live in a food desert, they can't get food, food's too expensive. But the same way with our housing and with our food, we need to be responsible with the choices of what we're going to live in and what we're going to eat. If we're trying to live beyond our means, that's where a lot of people are getting into trouble because, oh, the Joneses are doing it, so I want to live at that level too. This is part of the problem as well. I think we need to go back to actually giving food instead of giving them money.
Maybe. And the thing I don't like about the SNAP benefits is not that whether I want X amount forever or that to be increased or decreased. I don't like when people cut programs off, without notice. I think it's, everyone should get a little bit notice to organize accordingly. So that part I don't like. The issue I have though is we spend so much time getting mad and like yelling at each other, like, hey, you want people to starve. It's like, and then the other side's like, you want to pay retirees who are, they could be working of working age, $4,000 a month for their health insurance, and I have to pay my own and my employees, whatever. And so, anyway, it's just like, this isn't going to fix anything. This is a continuing resolution. None of this is actual legislation. Something's going to get funded, and all of this is going to go back to status quo, and then we'll be here arguing about this next time it shuts down.
Yeah, the Democrats have just been mad so far because they don't want a 2-week. They wanted a 1-year renewal.
Look at this crew.
Hey, JB, welcome back.
JB, welcome back. How was dinner there, brah?
It was good since I cooked it.
Hey, JB, been a while.
So
What's up,
long,
old Raj?
so long as we have Mickey Mouse Clubhouse, that's all that matters to me. Go on.
JB, are you going to hang out for a while there?
Yes, sir. I'm back now. Thank you, Steve.
Absolutely. And by the way, Marshall and Paige, amazing job. My job was average, but Marshall and Paige were amazing. I'm going to take a break, and now I'm going to go eat dinner, so.
Enjoy, manja.
You got to take care.
I have a question for the room. I don't know if anybody's brought it up. Probably Marshall or JB has. But how come on every interview for SNAP, every single person, or the vast majority of them, are always single women with children? Simple question. Nobody answers. Where's the husbands paying their child support or food bills to help that family? I get very confused. They never seem to be around. Just an opinion.
We have a big problem in our state with that, Raj, a huge problem. The fathers are delinquent a lot in family court. Don't get me wrong, they're like, hey,
Respectfully, that's another system that's fucked up, is the child support system. Because a lot of women take incredible advantage of that system. Not saying that what old Raj is saying is wrong. I'm just saying some of those dudes are getting shafted.
Amen. Praise Jesus.
That's fine too, but I don't see them around when these women are saying, I don't have money to feed my kid. See them anywhere. That's my only point.
Maybe they should have made a better choice of who lay down with Raj. Just my
Not about it, but it's a little late for it. But I agree with that, JB. Bad choices all the way around that we're having to pay for. I don't disagree with it.
Well, let me do a room reset, and I'm gonna tell you what I feel about this SNAP debacle. This is unhealthy debates, guys. No SNAP. McDonald's is hiring. Get a fucking jail box. Stop asking for the handouts. That's how I feel. Back to you guys.
Or the Democrats can sign the CR or agree to it.
I love these people that say, yeah, but some of them have jobs. Okay, get a second job. Get a third job. Thanksgiving's coming. Don't you want turkey on the table for your starving little kids?
Or
are these? I'm just curious. Wait, let me just get my rant off. Are these the same starving kids here? Are they? Did they use the same picture here that they use in Gaza for the starving kids over there? Just curious. Asking for a friend.
Or go down to your local food bank. Go down to your local church. Go to your neighbor. There's people out there that will feed you without a shadow of a doubt.
Oh my God! I just realized that sounded so elitist, Paige.
No, I would say maybe I'm somewhere in the middle of this debate. Like I just said before you came in, I don't like cutting off programs in the middle. You know, I think people should have plenty of warning. And it reminded me of a conversation I had with my daughter a while ago. And I was like, what do you think we should do? Some people can't work, some people can, all that stuff and whatever. And she's like, well, I think like there's always going to be a small few who can't really have a job to pay taxes, was her way of putting it when she was 7. And like,
Paige,
yeah.
You know I love you like a fat kid loves cake, but here's the deal. There's grift and graft going through all those programs. It's been going on for decades. This is a generational issue. It's going on, they're passing on from generation to generation. How about this, Paige? We give everybody SNAP. Whoever had SNAP before, give it back to them. With the stipulation that you have 1 year to go back to school, learn a trade, and get a fucking job. I don't think that's a bad ask.
Yeah, I mean, but I guess some people in that category, which is always going to be the issue, right? But I think that there is a baseline of people who are probably going to need assistance, maybe disabled people and I don't know, just people who are wrong place, wrong time, whatever, temporary programs and some stuff in between. My question tonight to the room that I haven't gotten an answer to is like how much and when and what percentage of people and, what exclusions would you have? How do you, it just always seems to be, tax me less or, you need to be taxed
How
more.
about this, Paige? How about this? Infirmed, mentally ill, and elderly all get snapped. No problem with that whatsoever. Take care of these people. Anybody else? McDonald's is hiring 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365. Get a fucking job.
Marshall, what about the nuclear option? Is that going to happen? Maybe happen? Not happen? Forget it.
I don't think that it will. I would be very surprised if the Senate got rid of the filibuster, something that Trump said. So, in particular, because John Thune, while he's going along with Trump a lot, is still somewhat of an institutionalist. an institutionalist on the Republican side, think the filibuster is something to be preserved.
How do you vote for that? Was it what number makes it change? I have no idea.
So it's 60 votes to close debate from the filibuster. So what's often misperceived is people think when they take a vote it's the filibuster. The filibuster is the thing where you go talk, and like on the Senate floor, and you hold it until you can't talk any longer.
Well, Marshall, I'm going to do a filibuster right now. I apologize for interrupting.
No, go ahead, man.
I got to say something to one of these dinglings in the chat. So, hey, dinglings, check this out. I was homeless. I had just come home from incarceration. You know what I did? I got 2 jobs. That's what I did. I didn't get fucking handouts. I didn't do any of that other bullshit. I only went on welfare, SNAP, whatever the fuck it's called, because parole forced me to for 2 months. But then I went and got 2 jobs, got my own place, got a car, and then eventually bought my own business. I'm no smarter than any other dinglings. My drive is just different. Stop with the fucking excuses. You're overqualified for McDonald's? Then go to Starbucks. I don't have to tell you, bro. The only one putting limits on you is you. These governmental handouts have to stop. It's not good for our society. It's not. Hold on, I'm not done ranting. It's not good for society. It's been passed on from generation to generation, and at some point we have to say enough. I am Lewis. Go ahead.
Hey JB, how you doing? Thanks for having me. Let's look at it from an economic standpoint. Okay, you know what it takes to run your household. If I took 25% of that away, would it affect your bottom line? For some, yes. For some, no. And that's what's happening. These SNAP benefits, it's not like they're taking them and putting them in the bank. It's not like they're taking them, putting them in the shoebox under the bed. It's money coming back into the economy. A lot of people benefit from it. The grocery stores, they're taking the L right now. Who has to pay more than people who doesn't have SNAP? The Medicaid, part of that cutting the SNAP benefits was cutting Medicaid. Now look at how the hospitals are going to fare. The nurses and the people who work jobs who don't have the direct benefits, but now there's a possibility that they can get laid off because the hospitals don't have the budget that they had with the Medicaid and Medicare coming in. So if we look at it from an economic point of view, it's not a good thing, because when they send money to Ukraine, billions of dollars across seas, none of that comes back into the economy. Zero. But when they release the benefits and pay these bills and stuff, it circulates and regenerates money back into the local economies.
Hey, let me ask you a question respectfully. And I like you. You've always had good, respectful dialogue. So let's continue that. But should food stamps, SNAP, and all this other stuff, and let me finish before you get a chance to jump on me. Should we be using that for Twinkies and sodas and snacks like that? We have probably the unhealthiest society in the world. Don't you think there should be limits on what people could buy with their SNAP benefits, A, and B? What do you think about my idea of people having to go to trade schools or some kind of school to learn a trade to get out of this vicious cycle that America has curated?
Okay, to answer the first question, if I sold Twinkies, I would want my Twinkies to be able to be bought with whatever type of money. See, I look at it from a different perspective, because now in my Twinkie factory, I can hire more people because more people are buying Twinkies. You see how that works? It goes, checks in at 6 o'clock and gets off at 3 o'clock to make the Twinkies. He needs a job, and he doesn't see how he benefits from snaps, and it doesn't come to him directly, but it does affect him. And that's how I look at it. And second of all, I think, yes, the government should take a portion of that money and educate people into the trades, nursing, truck driving, whatever it is that there's a need for. But here's the caveat. We have to have somebody to sweep the floors, and that's just a national program. That's just nationally. They're not going to train you up to the point to where you're smart and intelligent that you can compete with their children. No, they're not going to do that. So we have to have a systemized chaos, and the systemized chaos is keeping people that take the benefits that want to sit down on their ass. Okay, that's fine. Let them stay out the way. Then that way it makes room. It clears the air, clears the way for the people who want it. Like you said, when you got out of jail, you wanted it. You had that driving motivation to do better.
Hey, Lewis, because I have other people I have to go to, but I just want to say this to you, and I respect what you're saying. It makes sense to me, right? But I had an idea earlier, and I'm sure somebody's going to jump on me about this. How about we take 10% of the money that these Congress people make in the stock market. Like Nancy Pelosi made $130 million in her lifetime in the stock market. Take 10% of that and distribute it back to the public. What do you think about that, IA Lewis?
That's only 13 million, JB. That's not.
That's just one. That's just one person.
They shouldn't be allowed to do their insider trading. Give us the same information they got. I want in too. If it's a nickel bag sold in the park, I want in.
I hear that, brother. Let's go. Let's go, bro. Let me say hello to MAGA real quick, because I haven't heard from MAGA yet. MAGA, how you doing?
Oh, happy to be in the land of the living. Good evening.
I'm happy you're in the land of the living as well. Do you want to chime in?
Yeah. Let me say a couple of things. If you all want to trade along with Congress people, you can do that. You know, they release their trades. I don't know why people act like this is not publicly information. Also, Nancy Pelosi's husband is really rich. I'm not gonna sit here and defend Nancy Pelosi, but I don't know if y'all know who her husband is, but he's real rich. He was early Silicon Valley. $130 million ain't shit for them. Okay, that's my part. On SNAP, and by the way, 10%. I'm pretty sure she paid 10% taxes on the money she made in the stock market, because you have to pay taxes on gain. So yeah, and probably more than 10%. Anyway. I'll be real quick. I don't care about SNAP. In fact, America's the richest country in the history of the world. I think I should get them. If they can give big agricultural companies tens of billions of dollars to grow corn and throw it away and burn it up, I'm fine with people getting free Gatorade and some lobster tails.
I'll tell you what, man.
Where's the corn getting thrown away and burned up?
Hold on, let me just say this. So,
that's in the EU, Brian.
I'll say this. Here in New York City, I have a former Governor Cuomo. But I'm happy man Downey won. Because I promise you, Matter, the day they start handing out those checks and the free food, I'll be the first cracker online. Give me the money. Let's go. I'm grabbing it with both hands. Fuck it. If we're going down, let's all go down together.
You're moving to check.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. When Biden was in office, everybody was complaining about the money that was going overseas, and you can give it to Americans. You can give it to Americans. They sent this to Israel. They sent this to there. What about America's America first? Okay, well, these are Americans. If people want to have money, I'm not going to get the food stamp. Now, I will buy some food stamps at 2 to 1. Then hit me in the back channel. We'll buy some. But it's so amazing. It's so amazing that we are so America first until it's time to give Americans things. Then it's get off your lazy ass. The man gave Argentina. I can't tell why. The only thing good that came out of Argentina was "Don't Cry for Me, Argentina" by Angela Weber and some fat asses and some steaks. The man gave Argentina a credit line of tens of billions of dollars. But we want to cut back a program that a lot of people will get lost in the wash. I don't want no kids and other people to go starving just because they have a crummy parent. But see, I actually am America first. That's the real trick bag about y'all don't know about the liberals like me. The liberals like me are the ones that actually care. The people that say they are America first actually aren't. Because they are now quiet about the money going to Ukraine. Quiet about the money, not everybody, but quiet about the money going to Israel. Quiet about Argentina. Quiet about bombing boats. Quiet about the Panama Canal. Quiet about Greenland. Quiet about Canada. Quiet about the tariffs. Where's all the America first? But now it's fucking food stamps. Now, it'd be one thing if we got stamps for hand jobs. Would I vote for hand job stamps? Absolutely. But it's fucking food. People aren't America first. America is my last point, and I'll be done. Americans hate other Americans.
Yeah, no pushback for me. Hold on, Raj. Let me get King Dave in. So I'm sure he's going to want to... King Dave, how you doing? Naveen, how you doing?
Doing well. What's up?
You tell me, man. What do you think about what Maddie's saying?
I mean, he's talking in a very capitalistic standpoint in some ways. Like, hey, let's invest 2 to 1 into food stamps. I would do that with you any day. But yeah, I mean, look, I actually I believe that it's our obligation to make sure that people don't starve, make sure that people, can be taken care of that aren't actually able to do, to go out and work and able to do those things. If they're not able to do it, hey, we should together as a community help those people. Now, if they're capable of working and they're just, bucking the system because it's free and they can do it and do whatever, well, that's a different story. But in terms of, people who actually need it, like families that are suffering, that are, way below poverty, or they're stuck in drugs, or they're in some major situations that are really, really bad for them and they can't get out of it. I mean, these people shouldn't suffer.
But, Naveen, respectfully, let me ask you this. You don't have to me, though. I want to ask you a question. These people that are living in abject poverty, right? And they get on this system and they're getting free food and free money. How are they ever going to get off the system? Enlighten me with that one.
Yeah, and therein lies the problem. I mean, right? So, I mean, there's supposed to be incentive programs. I mean, I can tell you and again, I'm going to give you an example that you'll all laugh at right away, but if you take the country of India, right, there's people in many states where they're getting, the states are taking care of them, the central government's taking care of them, and all of that, and they actually give incentives. They say, we will cut your benefits after 1 year if you don't prove to us and you don't try to get a position or you don't have a job in it. And then if it goes on for past 2 to 3 years, then you'll get no benefits at all. So in other words, hey, you could be screwed after 2 or 3 years, so you better be out there hustling to get a job. And I used to tell
India is not America, sir. India is not America.
I didn't say it was.
Well, why make the comparison?
He was making it, I think, because he's saying there should be limits on it, and I agree with him. I've said it. Put a 1 year limit.
In India, yeah, but not in America. Like, you can't use India as
no,
some standard.
Listen,
America's the greatest country in the history of the world, they say. The richest country in the history of the world, they say.
You know who they are?
Not
They're
by
the ones with the
not
money.
having limits, though. America has limits.
Hold on. Actually, I'm coming to you. I just don't understand. Somebody like, I use PB as an example. She got 8 kids, 7 of them adopted from Uganda. She don't take handouts, right? It makes no sense to me. But before I go to anybody else, I have to say hello to Shy Shy. What's up, Shy Shy?
Hello.
You're very low. How you doing?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. How you doing? Long time no speak.
I'm great. How are you? How's everyone doing?
Peachy Keen, do you want to chime in on the subject?
I'd rather sit this one out.
Okay. So, hold on, SG, because I told this guy, biracial Barbie. Biracial Barbie, how you doing?
Doing well. How are you?
Doing fantastic. Do you want to chime in?
Yeah, I got 2 things. First, I think it's SNAP is a really good alternative to what the other alternative would be, which is
what, a job?
No, which is if these people are neglecting their children, right, then we would have to arrest them, and then their children would go in the system.
Yeah,
all of them
CPS
would be way more
is a better
expensive.
option if they're
But all of them would be more expensive than just giving them the food. Just purely from a selfish point of view, all of that, like all the consequences of your kids starving, would be more expensive for us to regulate and then do out the consequences to. Would be more expensive than just giving you SNAP. Right? Because, I've been in situations where we do have to, your child is not eating, right? People don't use the SNAP benefits or something like that, right? And you do have to, file all these things. You have to go to all these courses. It's quite an expensive process to remove a child because they're starving. I think the easiest thing to do to deal with a starving child is just give them food. It's the cheapest option available. But also, I think one of the other problems we have in America is, right, and that is it reminds me of the title. If they go and work at McDonald's, they still qualify for SNAP. In which state, does a McDonald's worker not qualify for SNAP?
California, they make $20 an hour in California.
And I think you would still qualify for SNAP making $20 in California. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't actually know, but last time I was in America, California was quite expensive, like a studio apartment. A McDonald's job, $20 an hour would not cover a studio apartment in California. Let alone, let's say if you have children, you're definitely not covering nothing. You're definitely on SNAP. But even if we take just a single person, I still think you qualify as being in abject poverty. McDonald's don't pay enough. So I think, there's 2.
Can I ask you a question real quick?
Yeah.
Do you feel that the middle class in America is a real thing, or that's just a figment of our imagination?
I think it's a figment of our imagination, and I wish we would do more middle class welfare, right? Things that because having a job is expensive, right? And these people are not incentivized to have a job. Because one, they get a job, their benefits go down. They still get the benefits, like they still will qualify, but the benefits will go down, and it just doesn't balance out. Having a job is expensive. Transportation, babysitting, you're buying those expensive ass work boots that they got for a lot of those McDonald's jobs. So I think if we did more middle class welfare, that hey, we're gonna offer you free daycare, which some states do, free daycare. We're gonna offer you certificate payments, things like that. I think that would work out much better because as it stands now, it just doesn't make any financial sense for you to go get a job that pays $12 an hour and then lose some of your SNAP benefits. You're doing better on SNAP benefits, no job, than you are $12 an hour in most states, to be honest.
Could I add in there, JB? There's something brought up as far as the middle class. The middle class is what carries the country. And to your point earlier, that yes, it should be more training, more job training to increase the middle class because the rich don't pay taxes because they know the loopholes, and the poor don't pay taxes because they don't have it. So the middle class is what carries the country. So we need to increase the middle class, and to the brother's point, have some incentive to get to that middle class.
Well, that little part at the very end about the loopholes.
What's up, XG?
Yeah, that part at the end about the loopholes is what I was going to get into, because I find it funny that, again, the right loves to run the rules for thee, but not for me, because I don't know, the last 8 years that I've heard people get on the billionaires about the tax loopholes, all the right told us was, oh, well, you can just use the same loopholes they do. Well, it's not their fault they figured out how to do the system better in their favor. You should figure that out too, and maybe you'd be more successful. And now that poor people have gamed the system in order to not need to work and just live off SNAP benefits, now that they're pissed that they took the advice, which is figure out the loophole and abuse the loopholes where you see them. So I don't understand what the problem is. If rich people can do it, why can't poor people do it? Because rich people are getting the expenses taken out of their pockets for once?
It's the middle class that's hurting. That was my whole point. Let's increase the middle class by jobs, by trainings, certain skills. Like electrical skill can't be replaced with AI. There's a lot of plumbing can't be replaced with AI. There's a lot of jobs that can't be replaced with AI, and that's where America, and this is just my opinion, that's where America needs to focus and get more people in the middle class because, like I said, it's the middle class that carries the country.
Yeah, but let me ask you, describe what this mythical middle class looks like. Because it used to be owning a house, white picket fence, 2 kids, a little doggy. What does it look like now?
Well, two parents, working, 2 households, 2 adults working in the household, making close to 6 figures, if not more than 6 figures.
Like, I would say an average middle class person, like, that's living comfortably right now, at least in my area, has to be making at least $150K a year.
If you got 2 people doing that, that's 300 a year.
And that's average right now. That would have been like a dream maybe 2 decades ago. It's average now.
And let's give them some type of incentive, free health care or discounted health care, or what they spend on their health care, double it off on their taxes or something. Just some type of incentive to get people to get to the middle class. Because an electrician can easily make $150,000 a year, and a plumber.
We're never going to have free health
not
care.
make that much. I don't know where you got that from.
Well, let me say this.
Got what from? I'm sorry.
Let me say this real quick. Hold on, Biracial. I don't know. I'm sure most of you are familiar with Cindy Stumpo. She owns a very big construction business, and her and I got into a conversation about the middle class and the trades, and she said that she'll tell anybody to listen, don't become a lawyer, don't become a doctor, become a tradesman, become a plumber. She said she has plumbers on her payroll that make $350,000 a year. $350,000 a year. That's above middle class, I believe.
That's an absurd. That's an absurd.
Yeah, Cindy
That's an absurd.
For a private plumber.
I was speaking.
I love Cindy down, but no.
Yeah, one mic. I was speaking XG. Yeah, that's an absurd bit of advice. The idea that because you have some people on your individual payroll making $3,000 or so, you become that thing. When, especially with physician, the number one route to wealth, pay and wealth in America is actually becoming a physician healthcare. That's an absurd claim. That is nowhere near the average of what, I mean, you know what? Everybody here should stop working. I know some dude that hit the Powerball. Just play the Powerball every week. That's a ridiculous. Don't become a doctor, become a lawyer. I mean, what? You want the society to crumble? Like, that is an absurd claim because you have that on your payroll.
Well, it is.
It's not absurd.
I mean, it's definitely.
Let me just finish my point. Let me just finish my point.
Land.
I don't know why you just can't wait till I'm done.
No,
Okay, I'm done. I'm not gonna go back and forth with drunk people on a Saturday night while I'm picking.
No.
Could I answer?
Feel free to land if you'd like.
Could I answer since I brought it up?
Oh my God.
The reason it's not absurd is because it's easier to become a plumber than it is a doctor.
Not one making 350,000.
The average is
Let me finish.
the top is average is 100. That's what I wanted to add.
Can I finish? A person graduating out of high school can go to linemen's, trust the guys to do the electrical wire. You can make easy $150,000 a year. That's with the overtime, because a lot of, like when these big storms come down, those guys.
Yes.
Let me explain first before you jump down my throat. These guys graduate from high school, they go to lineman training for about 6 months, and now this guy, his base pay is starting at 80-something thousand. With overtime, which they all get, they make well over $100,000 a year. Same thing with plumbing. The guys that do the plumbing, they come in and they do they build. You see these skyscrapers going up. Those guys are making a lot of money.
Okay. Okay. Just a second. I mean, I think we got it, right? Like, I actually employ diesel mechanics, and it is true that no one makes near $350,000. Like, this is a few people that make that, and what you just said is that most people are making, around $100,000, I think Brian gave out, which is about correct, which is
80
a lot
to
in certain areas.
Wait,
For sure. That doesn't mean it's a small amount, but not everyone is making $250,000. That's what in
so let's move on. Let's move you 50. But let me ask you this, P. In your opinion, if somebody's making 120,000, or electrician, whatever they're doing, would you consider that middle class?
Yeah.
It depends on where you are. It's either middle class or upper middle class or the bottom of your top tier of the local area.
I mean, these are really good jobs, right? But that's not the question. It's which school should you go to? Like, what are the opportunities? What are the spaces?
Low class in California. Well, let me say hello to Chris. Welcome to the stage, Chris. Good day, sir. How you doing? You're doing great. Guys, if you have a pink ticket, please cash it in. Chris, yours.
I don't really have much to add right now. I just got in here, so I don't know where the room is at. I can speak to the topic. I don't know. I haven't been here long enough to read the room to see what's being talked about. So, yeah.
All right, guys. Biracial, you wanted to jump in?
Yeah. I don't know why we went lying about these wages. Like they're easily Googleable. Like the average is $60K, right? And when we're looking at that average for a lot of the trades, you're looking at about the average is around $60K, right? And I don't get the need to lie about what people are making in America, right? Because the average American salary is even less than that. It's like 55, I think. So, why are we sitting here lying?
And I think on top of the whole lying aspect of it, I just think it's kind of funny to insert the whole plumbers thing, at least with the Cindy story, with $350K up, and be like, okay, well, Snoop Dogg's personal blunt roller makes at least $50,000 a year. Does that mean that I like rolling blunts because I can make $50,000 a year just doing that? Fuck no, because I understand that's just somebody who's on Snoop Dogg's personal payroll. That's an outlier. It's not the average. That's not the average wage of somebody who just rolls blunts for a living.
Okay.
In the same way that $350K is not the average wage of a plumber. That's
Respectfully,
not
the combo just keeps getting a little bit dumber. I am curious to know, what would you say to someone who says go into a trade, mega, versus go get a 4-year degree? At this point in time, what is kind of the difference between those two paths?
I would encourage going into the trades. I just don't think we're going to be real. We're saying you're going to make upwards of $300,000 a year in trades. I would say though it's a nice, strong career path. It's very stable. But I wouldn't lie to people and say you're making 300 or you're starting off at 80K. None of those things are true. But I think it's a strong, stable career. I think 60 is literally above the average for what most Americans make.
Yeah, but Rachel, I also think that I think it depends on where you're located. Because I know here in New York City, when these people get electrician jobs and they join local 3, bro, they're making bank. I don't know exactly. I'm not gonna give you a number because I don't know the number, but I know they make bank and they get unlimited overtime.
I would say it's much better to get a skilled trade by far than a 4-year degree. Personally, for myself, being that, I had legal troubles, this or that or whatever, I happen to be skilled in certain trades, and now I make $45 an hour, and I never went to college. Like, none of that shit. I'm able to support myself, my family.
The way you said that, it made me think that you could crack a safe, man. I got a safe I can't get open. Can you help me out?
I mean, I might be able to do some. Look, I'm a jack of all trades. I do a little bit of everything. That's what they say. I do it all. I do a little bit of everything. But I also say, so my ex-wife, she's in a union. What is her local? I can't remember what her local is, but it's in Southern California. It's a mine workers union. She makes $40 an hour. It is good to have a trade. It's just good to have a trade. Because more often than not, in today's world, I've seen people that have went and spent all that money on college. I even did it myself because I got a 2-year degree. I didn't even go for the 4-year. I got a 2-year degree in information technologies and could not fucking get a job because I have a record. So instead, I just went back to going like skilled labor. You know what I mean? Like, they make it real hard if you don't walk that straight and narrow that you cannot get into their world.
Yeah, if you don't walk straight and narrow and don't get a felony, it is real hard.
Yeah, and look, unfortunately, some of us make bad decisions. When I was a young man, I made bad decisions. I'm almost 40 now. I made a bad decision when I was 19 and got a felony.
This is kind of like a,
why do we do this online?
Or something.
Check the link in the chat. It tells you the way to.
Well, why do we do this online?
An electrician makes 60K.
Yeah, why do we do this online? Why do this thing where people are like, oh, it's so easy. Just do this. Let's do that. How about this? In October of 2025, anybody can Google it. It was the worst month for job losses for the month of October in 20 years? 150,000 plus jobs. The job market is terrible. Prices are going up. People's wages have plateaued.
Now imagine
instead of Chris. Instead of being like, you should do this, you should do that. If it was so easy, everybody would be big balling like Maybach music. Maybach music. Oh. But instead, people talking about Snap. They're talking about, come on, man. If that worked for you, that worked for you. We need people to do skilled trades. Turns out we also need physicians. We have a nursing shortage in the country. We saw it during COVID. We have a physician shortage in the country. That's why you need all these immigrants. Like, everybody is needed. This is the craziest thing. People come online, they make $45,000, $50,000 and tell people, well, you shouldn't have gone to college. How about this? Do what is suited for you. I do what's suited for me, and we complement each other as Americans and build the most thriving society again so that we can have social mobility and people can thrive. It's like, oh, you went to college, you're against me. Oh, you went to trade, you're against me. All I know is we currently have an administration that's not supporting college or the trades. I'm done.
Yeah, no, I think that's an extremely good point. I also think this conversation is more of a question about, like, what degrees are we getting in college? Is it like, do you want to be a surgeon? Is it something in STEM? Or, I think that a lot of times when we say, like, you should go to the trades, I think it's just like this reaction to this idea that maybe there are a lot of fluffy degrees in college, which, I don't know, I have a humanities degree. I really use it. I really like it. But a lot of people have the perception that they're not useful. And I think that's more what we're talking about in this conversation.
I feel like the degrees that they are saying are not useful would be like the degrees in like transgender ideology.
Oh my God, bro! There is no degree in transgender ideology.
Okay, it wasn't a literal example, but you should have been able to infer what the fuck I meant, right?
Hold on 1 second, bro. Let me say this, man. I get what you're saying because I have a record as well.
Did you infer what I was saying as far as like I'm not saying.
I understand how hard it. Hold on. I understand how difficult it is to get a job once you come out of incarceration or if you have any type of record. I get it, but I never use that as an excuse to get a job. I still got on my feet. When I came home, got 2 jobs so I could get my own apartment. My thing is this. Instead of, why can't we put something in place? I'm not saying people shouldn't get SNAP, right? I think people, if you're elderly, if you're infirmed, if you have a mental illness, absolutely we got to take care of our people. But if you're able to work or learn a trade, and I only brought up trades because if you can learn a trade that's going to help you progress in life, then why wouldn't you do? Why wouldn't we implement that type of program?
I agree with that because I don't think that everyone should have got cut off from SNAP. So I was raised by a single mother who worked 2 jobs and relied on those food stamps while working those 2 jobs to feed both of us. You know what I mean? And she wasn't lazy, sitting around just collecting stamps. You know what I'm saying? So I get like that there is a major impact on people that actually deserve to get these. I also know people that have just sat and tried to loophole play the system and be like, oh, I'm going to get on Section 8 this way, that way, the third way, and do this or do that or whatever. And those people, I am not mad that they shit cut off at all. And it's more about trying to figure out how to, like, make it, like, fair. Like, unfortunately, life isn't fair. But does that mean, like, just keep it going? No, it doesn't. Unfortunately. Like, are there some people losing that should have it? Yes, but there's more people that shouldn't have it that don't than there are people that lose it. And that's by what I consider to be an exponential amount, like a lot. So it, like, balances out.
Where do you get your numbers from?
Mostly just the way that I navigate through life because I live in the inner city and I still be in the hood and I actually be in these places.
Chris, let me jump in real quick because I'm glad that I'm appreciating what you're saying, but let me, because I know MAGA's going to want to jump on me for this, but it's just fine. I got nothing but respect for MAGA. The real problem I have with the SNAP program, right, is that it's become generational. There's nothing to incentivize people to get off of it. It goes from one generation to the next. Now, just like you said, Chris, this is my lived experience from what I've seen and what I've been around. I don't have data. I don't have stats. I just know what I've seen. I had a restaurant right literally across the street from the projects. I became friends with a lot of those people who are still living there and still getting their benefits and will never leave because there's nothing to incentivize them to leave. That's what I wanted to say.
Hey JB, I got a solution. Let's do this. Take every single dollar that was spent on SNAP, Medicaid, and so forth and so on benefits, and let's offer free education across the board. Since the education is what separates the have and the have-nots, we offer free education for everybody who wants to. If you want to become a doctor, we'll pay for it.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Unfortunately, big education is big money, and they're never going to allow it.
Exactly, because the system is set up for the haves to keep what they have and the have-nots to stay a have-not.
Here's an idea.
So they starve in the meanwhile. You pay for the education, but they don't eat.
Here's an idea. I don't know. Instead of cutting the government and saying, all right, we'll just cut the government, just fire people, and not take taxes. Why don't we create a government office in SNAP, and you make it robust, and you try to
find the people who are committing fraud. You don't bring in Elon Musk for a couple months and a 20-year-old named Big Balls whose pimples are larger than his nose because he's just going through puberty, but you hire a bunch of experts who can do the research and the investigation and find out who's scamming on the programs. Like, if people really cared about the scamming and frauding of the programs, you wouldn't have people like Big Balls. Instead, you'd have government officials and you'd have offices to track that down. I tried to fax something to the IRS today. No answer.
Wait,
I tried
they still have fax machines, man?
Yeah, you can do it. So I have autism. It's pretty fantastic. I tried to load something. It shut down. Guess what's happening while the government shut down, y'all? More fraud. Like, these people don't actually care about fraud. They use fraud as a way to score political points around election season. And they did it last year. This administration came in saying we're going to cut down waste, fraud, and abuse. They said that they found somebody who was getting Social Security checks for somebody that was over 100 years old. Where's the indictment?
Hey, Maggie, let me ask you a question real quick.
Can I speak after you,
JD?
JD? Because I got a question for this brother.
Where's the indictments?
I agree, Maggie, but let me ask you this. So how do you feel, do you feel that this shutdown will impact midterms next year?
Maybe a little bit, but I mean, it's been trending blue tsunami, as we saw on Tuesday. Maybe. It depends on how long it goes. I can tell you states like Virginia are gone for Republicans for a generation. It's too many federal workers. But I don't know what the shutdown's going to do. I might get married to Khalees next year. I don't know what's...
Hey, MAGA.
But can I ask a question? Hold on. Let me put a question in real quick.
All right, Chris, I'm going to get you in a second, but after you, I want to go to Waxy, Adam, and Brian. Okay, Chris.
Okay, so you meant MAGA, like, they said that they was running on, like, cut fraud and abuse and whatever, and during the shutdown, that's what's been even more prominent. My first and main question would be the fact that they cut off SNAP for everyone. Is that not cutting down fraud and abuse? Because nobody got it.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah. In fact, they should just end all government programs, including the military, where we have the most waste, fraud, and abuse.
Well, that don't have nothing to do with what we talking about, and that leads into my second thing.
Silly
is
point.
That when you said that people like Musk or whatever, like, don't get me wrong, I don't care. I don't think that Donald Trump is a good person. Personally, I think that he's a good politician, a good businessman. I think he's a shitty person, but I don't care because I don't let my emotions run me. You know what I mean? But what I will say is that while people say, oh, well, Elon Musk came in and started cutting this and cutting that, and maybe they were looking to see like where all this money is going, because there's been a lot of money going everywhere else. Like all these things there was a gentleman, I don't know if it was that said like, oh, well, why don't we just use all that EBT things and put it to free education? Well, we could have did that with all the money we sent to Israel. We could have did that with all the money we sent to every other country for every other bullshit thing that was just an underline or underwritten line that probably didn't actually go there because there is no proof and it just lined these politician pockets, right? You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying, is that there's a better way to do this, and I think that the fact that people be leaning so hard on the left and the right, of being like, oh, I'm a Democrat, I'm a Republican.
Sorry, there's a better way to do it. I totally zoomed out this.
You're a blood. That's the way that I see it. Because when you wear a red tie, when you wear a blue tie.
Let's get back. Let's land it somewhere. What are you talking about?
I just was trying to land and didn't.
Hold on a second, Christian. I'm going to be respectful. You're a little long-winded, but let me just say this.
No, I was done.
Okay, but let me interject real quick. I love when people bring up the fact of Israel and how much money they get. Do you know how much money they get that they send back to America by buying armaments and military equipment? So when we use Israel, that's a bad example. Ukraine, that's a whole other story. But Israel, They send back probably 85% of that money back to America.
Okay, so we still lost 15%. So how about we don't send them nothing?
No, we didn't lose the 15%. We got intelligence
No,
back
he
for
said
that.
they send back 85%.
Yeah, but that
They send back 85%.
right, and we get other things in
What's the
exchange for
percentage
the
loss
15.
right there?
There's no loss of all game. By the way,
If they only send back 85%.
You know we spent $3 billion.
I moved him down because he's just going to keep interrupting. He's more than welcome to come back up, but in this room we have a white policy. Go ahead, Norm.
So can I tell you something? I wasn't looking for you. I was looking through Paige. So I come in and see you, and there's Pete. Sorry, Pete.
Yeah, listen, if I was everybody else, I'd be looking for Paige.
I'm flattered. I took a gummy for the first time in a long time, and I ended up in the weirdest stage on Clubhouse. But here we are.
Well, enjoy.
Well, let me say a little waxy.
Strange trip it's been. Sorry.
I just want to say a little waxy, and then Brian and Shy wants to. Waxy, what's good?
What up, man? How you doing?
Doing fantastic. And yourself?
I'm good. It's been a long time no talk to.
Well, I took a break from Clubhouse. I recommend that for everybody's mental health.
That's a smooth move, my friend.
Yeah.
While I'm on the gummy, can I say one thing, though?
Go ahead.
Maybe? Okay, thank you. No, so I listen to a lot of rooms on Clubhouse, and I enjoy a lot of people in here. It would be nice if we kind of got the different sides together again and had a space where we talked about policy issues that wasn't so echo chambery. I know it always evolves into an echo chamber, but if we could get people, kind of restart that, get people talking, that would be fun.
Okay.
So I can do my dishes and listen to you people.
Waxy, you want to start us off?
Yeah, I'd start off with, instead of eliminating SNAP and saying that people don't deserve to be on it because people just need help, I'd say make it a time limit, and if you're on SNAP, if somebody's on SNAP, then pay for them to go to school so they can get off of it. Like a trade school. I'm not saying go to college, but find a trade school, and that's where they go.
I don't think MAGA agreed. MAGA, why did you say, oh God?
Because if somebody doesn't want to go to school, and you're going to pay, first of all, I don't know how much money y'all think people are getting on food stamps. But 2, 3, 4 years of trade school is, 20 years of food stamp payments. I don't know. But you're not going to motivate somebody to go to school who didn't want to go to school. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I follow Jesus' teaching. If people want to eat, I feed the poor. I'm actually America first. I love Americans. I don't care. If people want to take the food stamps and have what they want, enjoy it. The richest countries in the world. I'm just a nice guy. I pay lots of money in taxes. I don't, like if somebody's like, you want to send them to trade school. So somebody who you think is a lazy bum, you're going to have them putting on a roof. Please don't put on my roof, please.
That's not first, that's facts, not an evidence. I didn't say I thought anybody on welfare was lazy. I said, right? There's people who work at Walmart who are on SNAP. Lost that. So most of the recipients on SNAP have jobs, right? They just don't have jobs that pay enough for them to feed them and their families. That's why they get the assistance. But if they had better skills, if they could get a better job, they would pay more money. Right now, the problem is we have adults working in jobs that are for freaking teenagers. They don't have skills.
I have a couple of things. Don't think, respectfully, are y'all following the job market? Have y'all seen the contraction in manufacturing jobs? The contraction in job jobs?
There is no job market.
There is a job market, just not for unskilled people.
They're saying, okay, man.
See, that's where
White collar workers. You know what? I'm just going to pray.
Imagine right. Everybody stopped hiring. Everybody's laying off. It's a little disturbing.
Well, yeah, it's going on big. It depends on your job, though, I think. I think if you have a job that can be replaced by AI, or if you have a job I hate to say it like that, but if your job before was, like if you were just like processing paperwork or whatever, that's all done by AI now. If your job was sitting on a stool and putting stuff in the box, that's done by robots. They have to just do other skills.
Usually technological changes, they typically affect like the working class, but this one kind of affects every class of workers, and so that makes it unique, and it amplifies all of the.
It's dynamic. If the guy who was making $150,000 pushing paper doesn't have the job, he's the one hiring the person to put the roof on. Like, homes are being built. So you're like, okay, yes, the robots and the AI can't build the homes. That's true. But you need the middle class and middle class people to buy the homes in order for them to be built.
Okay, where you think where the skilled workers gonna live? That's what I said.
That's literally what I'm saying. You need people to hire the. Hold on, bro. Listen to what I'm saying before you want to push back. The economy is dynamic. You need people to hire the skilled workers. If a computer science major comes out of Carnegie Mellon University and can't get a job, he was going to buy a new townhouse. I don't know, he got a job in Pittsburgh. He was going to stay there. They're not building those townhouses in Pittsburgh because those people aren't in the jobs to therefore buy the homes. It's all interconnected. We are Americans. Let me go back to the Bible.
Okay, now, like I said earlier, if you take people coming out of high school and afford them to have a technical, useful trade, that they could go to school for, what, a year and a half, 2 years, and then after that, they're in the job market. They are it's enough, put like this, the infrastructure in America, if they just hire people for that, you have work for the next 100 years. So I'm talking about the roads, the bridges, the electrical, the grid, and so forth and so on, the waterways, the plumbing, the electrical. If you just hire people, that it would be people making a lot of money just off of that. But this is not how America thinks. The rich want to stay rich. They're not going to educate. They don't want to educate the common fellow. Why? Because now the common fellow is competing with his child. And so that's why it's so important that we stay focused, that have a marketable skill that you can sell no matter what the job market is doing. People always have to eat. People always have to shit. People always got to wipe their ass. Those are things that has to be done. So find yourself in a market that you can accommodate, that you know you always have a job, no matter what the market is doing. And I land there.
You're very practical. That's just, what you're saying is good common sense. I wanted to mention something. I want to hear more about your thoughts, but I wanted to mention something to especially MAGA here, especially because of his name. I don't know if you caught this. I saw Donald Trump remarking about on Tuesday, and he said, the Republicans, they got beaten. And he actually said that the Democrats are winning on this one word, affordability. Like, I think that's a good part of what carried Mamdani. And I don't know who else was mentioning affordability, but I've been hearing it in other places. So I swear to God, and this is where I'm going with this, Trump said, make America affordable again. I'm kidding, and he said it seriously. He was literally admiring the Democrats' focus on affordability.
El Normo, the day that Mamdani starts handing out these checks and these free groceries, I'm the first cracker online.
Well, all right then. You know what?
Y'all have weird opinions. I want to be honest.
It's gonna get very dangerous and dirty in New York. It's gonna be really dangerous in New York. I can already feel it. I'm starting to see the graffiti. I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
Just check some alcohol beverage control stores. Like, this is the problem of government groceries and government shopping stores is a solved problem. Like, there are models that work just fine. You can also look at other nationalized industries like Alaska and the oil funds. Like, this stuff is solved. There are plenty of governments that have shown what happens.
You've never been to New York, right? I can tell.
Wait, sorry, hold on, Norm, for a second. But you're putting oil in the same category as the grocery?
I'm putting businesses that are profitable
in the category of businesses that are full and government-run businesses. I'm not saying that they're all government-run. That's fucking moronic. But if there are some things where you want to ensure that the people have some semblance of access without having to worry about profit margins creeping in and ruining access to kind of critical needs, then it makes sense. You don't do it to everything.
Actually,
you do it to only a few things.
It's never, ever worked anywhere.
It literally works in Virginia. It literally works in Virginia.
I haven't been. I can't.
Hold on, this isn't even. Wait a second. I just want to Norm, 1 second. Want to be clear on the claim. Bryant, are you saying that government-controlled grocery stores would work in New York City long term?
Yes, I believe they would.
That's hilarious.
At a net loss or gain?
At a net gain for the government.
Well, how could they gain?
Wow.
They have to mark it up.
Expand?
I mean, many states have government-run stores, to be fair.
Exactly.
Well, right, but you said at a net gain.
Yeah. No, they are in that game. Virginia ABC profits.
Yeah, Virginia ABC is killing it. Virginia ABC is killing it.
One mic, stop to.
Y'all know in North Carolina and Virginia and other places they have ABC stores.
Wait, what's the ABC store, Mag? I'm not familiar.
Alcoholic beverage control.
There are no liquor stores. There are no liquor stores in these states. They're all government-run stores.
Yeah.
They're all government-run stores. They've been like that for decades.
Wait, so there's no private liquor stores, is what you're saying?
No, you go to ABC store. Correct.
Oh, 'cause here in New York City, Mag, as I'm sure you're familiar, there's a liquor store every other block.
Yeah, but for sure. But I'm just saying, like, there are government-run stores all over America. That's why when people were freaking out about Mamdani, I was like, oh, that's pretty basic. Like,
if you're selling alcohol, that's one thing. I mean, because that's the last.
It's really not that different. It's really not.
Different. It's different.
It's really not.
Sure, because they're very low profit items that they're moving. I mean, it's absurd, really. And the things have to be fresh. It doesn't keep. I've seen these things over and over again. Go take a look at any country that has them, and they're just a mess. It's a wreck, especially in New York. But it's okay. I mean, Trump is going to use this guy as his foil. Mamdani is the best friend Trump ever had. Because now for the rest of his term, he's going to be pointing at Mamdani left. And it's going to get nasty in New York, I can feel already. Because Mamdani wants to fight with Trump. And he wants to get people into the streets to fight with Trump. He wants very physical protest.
Yes, watch this.
Brian, hold on one second.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Let me just do a quick reset, then I'll hand it right back to you. And I want to say hello to Dr. Jordan. Guys, this is Unhealthy Debates. The title is No Snap, Get a Job. Should people be entitled to SNAP? 13% said get a job. 88% said yes, people need help. Guys, let me say hello to Jennifer, Dap, Miss Fifi, how you doing? Invisible Ed, Melissa, guys, you're welcome to the stage. You have a pink ticket. Please cash it in. We have great conversations in here whenever I have to move to open a room. Brian, the mic is yours. Then I'm going to go to Jordan.
Appreciate you. So a lot of people are missing what it takes for an institution to actually come in under budget, to actually bring in, to bring in a profit, even if it's a not-for-profit or non-profit situation. And it's that you have the right incentive structure. When people look at government institutions and they're like, well, it's so mismanaged, it's because oftentimes they set up the fucking government system and they're putting in government leaders that are not used to managing P&L. Right? When you bring in, let's say, a business leader to manage something like a government institution, they bring in the knowledge that they have, but with the added benefit of the profit goes to the state, right? You see this a lot with things like credit unions as an example. Are they government institutions? God, no, but they're not-for-profits where the returns end up going back to the members, right? You see the same thing with co-ops too. So that's people look at the government institutions that are like stores and stuff like, well, yeah, it hasn't really worked, and there's so many examples that haven't worked. That's why it hasn't, because when they were chartered and then run by people that only had government experience, not experience running businesses. Get the right people in there. You have government stores that are actually set up, for instance, the ABC stores that we brought as examples, but there are also like municipalities that ran their own grocery stores that brought in business leaders to actually run them, and they worked with the advantage of okay, you're not suddenly obligated to turn a massive profit back to investors or shareholders. You can return a profit, it goes back to the city, but you're not incentivized to create a massive profit, which then has perverse incentives towards things like, hey, we keep fucking expired food on the shelves and kind of turn a blind eye or whatever. So it's just a matter of how it's up. The question is, does Zoran Mamdani understand? Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. If he doesn't, we're going to find out. If he puts the wrong people to run a chartered government grocery store in New York City. You keep saying it doesn't work in New York. You keep saying it doesn't work in New York. Norm.
I've heard you a lot.
Norm.
Yeah, Brian, you should probably share the mic at this point.
I think Sarah, when Norm lets me actually land, which would have taken 10.
Okay, you got it.
There you go.
Okay.
Now you're landing.
Well,
Have a happy landing. I don't need anybody to pull
That lasted longer than I thought it would. Let me let's get Matt. Let's get Matt in the
It sounds
conversation.
like if that theory, out of due respect to the gentleman, if that theory worked, then the government should just seize the means of production from all these private corporations to make things cheaper. Go.
Matt, you just argued for UBI for like an hour. Sorry.
So here's the deal, guys. We have a one mic policy. When somebody's speaking, unless it's a mod, just stay muted. The mod jumps in, just mute up. You'll get a chance to come back, please. Brian, I brought you back up because I'm trying to learn from you. I don't really understand a lot of the things you're saying, but I wanted to try to learn.
Fair enough. I speak from experience, having managed P&L and business units at places like credit unions or what have you. But the gentleman that just said, well, you should just seize the means of production for everything. I'll say this, no. And the reason why not is because people desire luxuries. People desire interesting things that they would want. I think it makes a lot more sense for nationalized institutions that cover for basic needs, making sure people eat, making sure people have health care, making sure people learn, and even the learning, maybe not necessarily, right? But for things like, I want to go to a good restaurant. No, it doesn't make any sense. I want to have luxury or organic foods. Doesn't make any sense, right? I think people need the option. If you want the option, feel free to pay the profit to the people that are giving you the option. But at the very least, it helps to have the absolute basics. Sure, there's a profit for the government, but it doesn't necessarily mean gouging people to provide the basics. I land on that.
I need a I'll rebut on that. So, what you do is just tax the rich to death so they can't buy luxury stuff. So everything just looks like Russia.
Fuck the rich. No, but then there's no incentive. Then there's no incentive to innovate and create businesses.
The rebuttal is that if you're going to tax the rich so much, then what's the incentive for them making more money? They're just going to give it right back to the government.
It also depends on what you mean by taxing the rich so much, quote unquote. Like if I'm taxing, as an example, if you end up taxing somebody, look, I make not that much, right? Compared to some of the people that come on the Clubhouse and brag about their wealth, right? I probably make about $500,000 a year. It's not the point, right? It took me hard here. Please tax the shit out of me. Tax me 50%. I can do fine on $250 a year,
okay,
right?
I'll say after that, then why don't you give your money away to them?
Just
give it away. Just give it away. Good dialogue.
To charities.
So why don't you give $200,000?
I give it to charities. It's fine.
Perfect.
This is a ludicrous position. That you do
But hold on, if you give it to charities, isn't that a tax write-off?
But here, let me just rebut to what he just said. But see, you're doing that because you're choosing to do it, not because you're being forced to do it. Give the money, more money back to the people so they can, reinvest it back into the economy, because money just doesn't sit in a lockbox. And money works for itself. So all these trillionaires and whatnot, that money's just not sitting in a checking account. Even if it's sitting in the checking account, it's earning money. Why? Because the bank's using that money to put it back into the economy. Point is that anything the government makes you do by force, in my opinion, generally speaking, is wrong.
So the 1950s and the 60s, when the country was far outperforming the rest of the world, a lot of that was a consequence of taxation policies that still allowed people the incentive to produce. People are scared of, for instance, a 50% tax rate because they're thinking, well, what incentive do I have? Yo, you're still making serious money compared to the average person.
Yeah, it's
You're
not
still
acceptable. Listen, Brian, you can't take people's stuff. It's a nice argument. We're not into it. The answer
You
is
can't
no.
really provide the
It's
infrastructure.
No, Brian, no. The answer is no. Thank you.
Okay, then go somewhere without the infrastructure.
You can't take my stuff. Thank you very much. And
Then you can't have the infrastructure I'm paying for.
Wait, Brian, that's it.
And
You're not
let me tell you something,
going to
Brian.
argue me out of my money.
Let me tell you something, Brian. El Normo has plenty of stuff. Let me say hello to Jordan real quick, and then I'm going to say hello to Seneca. I'll get back to you, Brian, I promise. Jordan, what's up, Dr. Jordan?
Hey, how are you?
Listen, Jerky, you invite to come to the stage. You just come up.
Thank you.
You know that. The tribe sticks together.
I was just being obnoxious.
Yesterday was Dr. J's birthday. Wish him a happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Dr. Jordan.
Thank you.
For 75, you look amazing. So Jordan, you the silver spoon. What do you think about this snap and giving more money to the rich, taking more money from the rich?
Well, you know how I feel. I think that the wealth gap is just incredible. That being said, I don't look at Donald Trump. He was the blue-collar populist president, and he's serving a lot of wealthy folks, right? You have to be image conscious, but I'm not so sure you have to perform and execute. Biden may go down as the worst president in history, and yet when you really look at the legislation he passed a lot of stuff. I think this Mamdani guy is really shrewd, and he knew how to get elected. And he's probably very ambitious, looking at his next seat, if you will, already before he even starts this. And he knows how to get elected because he's very image conscious. I don't think that he has any intention of following through on some of the things that he can't even necessarily follow within the limitations of the post. So I think in today's world, you just have to make a statement, and he made a bold statement, and that got him elected. So I'm not endorsing him. I'm just saying it's like, are we voting for people or do we vote for people who represent something that we hope for? So that's really what I would put out into the universe.
I think we elect people by our party affiliation. People pick their parties like they pick their sports teams and they stay loyal to them. Because I gotta tell you, I don't know if Mamdami's gonna be able to do 80% of the shit he's promised, but I know what he's gonna do. He's gonna slash the police department by 25%, which is really gonna make things even worse here. Let me say hello to Seneca real quick. Seneca, how you doing?
JB, he's gonna 911.
Matt, I'll come right back to you, I promise. Seneca, how you doing, bro?
Doing pretty well. Rearranging the mental health of the Muslims on Clubhouse. I now support Israel, and I'm now.
As you should.
Yes.
Welcome to the team.
Thank you. And fuck the children of Gaza.
No, we're not doing that.
I don't care about
And
them.
fuck you, Senator.
That's okay. You still need me for food stamps.
I don't need shit.
Hold on. Go ahead. You want to chime in on the subject? Or if not, I'm going to go to Matt.
Yeah. Well, I don't have much of a take on that. I think the best man won. I think he really destroyed Cuomo in the debates. I mean, it was just a hands-down victory. That was really foreshadowing of the future. You can't afford, if it was if it was a presidential debate, it would be different. But to go against Cuomo's legacy, especially during what happened with the nursing homes, was a really good shot.
Cuomo barely campaigned. He was like phoning it in. You're right about what you're saying, Prophet.
Yeah. It was just a very lousy. I think they just reeled him in because they had nobody else. Really, because I don't even know who would select Cuomo. But anyway.
I was going to say that I had a problem when I went to Thursday at the grocery store, and the two people in front of me were, they first bought some food, used their Lone Star card, and then Loan Star card is basically SNAP. They've been here in Texas. Use their Star card as they were holding their cell phone, and their next purchase was a 12-pack of beer. Make that make sense.
Make it make sense. You watching these people and what the fuck they using.
Wait,
to
I
spend.
don't. Wait, make what might want to have a beer.
Fucking retarded.
But make what makes sense? I don't even understand what you're saying.
So if you're using your SNAP benefits, at the same time you're using your cell phone, and your next purchase is a 12-pack of beer, you're not spending your money wisely.
Why?
The 12-pack of beer needs to be spent on food, and maybe you don't need a cell phone.
Oh, this is the beer thing was ridiculous. I think people do need cell phones. This is what I mean by when I say Americans hate Americans. You know, back when Biden was president, I would listen to Matt. It sounded like the emphysema was clearing up a little bit, Matt. I'm glad. Oh, I guess it's not. I'm glad the government health care that you and your family are on is working out for you. You know, it was fascinating because when the money was going to Ukraine, Americans here need help. Now all of a sudden, people hate Americans again. When Donald Trump's in office, we hate Americans. When he's out of office, we love other Americans. Bro, people work. And I don't know if y'all know, about 40% of people who get SNAP benefits work. There's people work. You can work and still qualify for food stamps. That's how America is. That's how the vast inequality is. People can't have beer after working 80 hours, 40 hours a week. You can't have a 12-pack of beer.
Nope.
This is what I mean. Americans hate each other. This country is full of hate and vitriol. I think I'm a Christian.
I was going to say, for Matt to say we need UBI and then get mad when they're buying beer with their own cash. And if they're buying beer with food stamps, I have problems with that. But, anyhow.
What type of beer was it, Matt?
Matt said if you're poor, he wants you to look poor and feel poor. Don't have a moment of bliss.
It was Rolling Rock.
Okay, well, it was an American beer.
Oh, the people that sell Rolling Rock, they do want their beer bought, right?
Don't buy a Twinkie. Don't buy a fucking beer. Don't do shit.
No, not if you're on government subsidized programs.
Matt, your family's on government subsidized programs. And you go in the middle of the night and get a $20 fucking cheeseburger.
Actually, $12. Coming on me.
Yeah, it's a government subsidized program. There's a lot of things you shouldn't have. You shouldn't have beer. You shouldn't have guns. You shouldn't have fucking nicotine. You shouldn't have fucking luxury food. Like, just fucking get, I don't know, protein supplements or whatever. Like, what do you want to do? Fucking take happiness away from people? Like, what the fuck's wrong with you guys?
No candy.
You can't. If you can't afford stuff and and I'm subsidizing your food stamps, then no, you shouldn't have any luxury items.
Child tax credit. You have a child. You're getting a child tax credit. Hold on a second, Matt. Let's see. It can go to you too. You get a child tax credit. Qualify for we don't qualify for the child tax credit. I'm paying for yours. So I don't want you to have a burger. I don't want you to have cigarettes. I don't want you to have guns. I want you to sit in your hovel and die until you can pay for your own child tax credit.
Oh shit! Now they said you don't want that no more, Matt, do you?
I'm paying for programs
tax
dollars back that you take advantage of.
Anyway, I can get more tax dollars back. I'll take
try to have a
advantage.
job because we're the things that make the beer in the agricultural world. So.
Which is a 12-pack of Rolling Rock anyway? Don't they pay you $3 to take it out of the store?
They should.
It's beer.
Great point.
I can guarantee you they're not selling Rolling Rock in Texas.
Oh, no, they got it down there, Jimmy. They got everything in Texas. That's a nasty beer. It's for first of all, I would have said something to them if they weren't in college. What grown man not in college is drinking Rolling Rock? But
so the farmer that sold the wheat to the brewery shouldn't benefit from a person buying beer?
Not if you're on food stamps, no.
But it has nothing to do with the food stamps.
If you can't, if you're
the farmer that's out there working, it doesn't directly benefit from, but he's benefiting from food stamps because he's providing the wheat for the brewery. It helps everybody. Like they send in the food stamp benefit.
Well, they were outside of the food stamp. The beer's not on the food stamp.
They're outside of the food stamps.
What if the food stamps, because they have a child,
The farmers,
you know, like children and disabled and elderly, like you don't know people's circumstances.
The farmers weak. The farmer.
Rather than you judging them, why didn't you offer to buy the beer for them?
You know, that's a good
What
point.
kind of Christian?
I should
You don't
have.
even care. What's the first commandment? Love the Lord thy God with all thy mind. What's the second? To love thy neighbors as self. Oh, sorry. Not too much Christianity.
No. You can praise the Lord all you want in my space, but I'll say this. Matt's never showing up because him and I are supposed to meet for lunch when I was down there 2 or 3 times, and he was supposed to pay. Conveniently, he disappeared. Just saying.
I know. Well, it's because I didn't have my food stamps, so I couldn't afford it. So I
getting
stayed at
a lot of
home,
treatment.
and I was saving my money because I couldn't afford to do it.
Matt, do you believe that truckers benefit from food stamps?
Do truckers benefit from food stamps? No, they shouldn't. They shouldn't benefit from food stamps.
They do. Let me tell you how. When the grocery stores order bread, how's the bread get to the grocery store? Through the truckers. So if the grocery store isn't ordering bread because they're not receiving the people spending money with food stamps, then the trucker can't get the time and the miles that he needs, that he's used to getting. See how that works?
Yeah.
Basic economics.
My point is, they would find a way to feed themselves outside of food stamps through your friends, family, community, the church, the city government, the county, the state. Why does the federal government have to be responsible for half of it?
Okay, Matt. So do you agree that if I took 25% of your household income away from you, would that affect your lifestyle?
Oh yeah, big time.
So why is it a problem that the government is putting 25% of the grocery store's bottom line? The government subsidizes that. And I take that away, it's going to affect everybody.
Because I think if you give people more of their money back, they will continue taking care of people via feeding them, via food banks, via churches, via the community, via friends, via family. Why is the federal government the first person we have to go to when there's a problem?
Well, it's the federal government, because it's the federal fucking government. What are you talking
You
about?
guys are insane. Matt, like 1.5 hours ago, did you not talk for 45 minutes about UBI? You want UBI, right?
Yeah, you cut down all the programs and lower taxes. Cut out all of the departments.
You would be totally fine if on that program people could buy a pack of beer.
They can do whatever the hell they want to do with it.
Do whatever they want. Okay.
That's right.
All right, but we're talking about food stamps and this extra pack of beer because of what?
Because they can't afford it. If they're receiving federal dollars via the food stamp program, they shouldn't be able to buy a beer. But here's my point. But to your point, they would. Okay, sir, but my point is, if you gave money directly to the people, they would be receiving more benefits from it, and you get the government out of government subsidized housing, you get the government out of food stamps, and you can get more for your tax dollars. You can lower your tax, and it'll light the economy on fire, and you get the community to help you out.
Let me jump in for 2 seconds. Not everybody in the community is so generous. That's going to have people fall through the cracks. Paige, I got to go. So when you leave, please close the room.
Sounds good. I can do that.
Paige, can I get a word in edgewise?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, keep it tight though, so we can bump it up.
Fair enough. So one of the stated goals is to provide for the general welfare. Is it like a legal goal? No, not really. But it was the intent of our founding fathers to make sure that the government actually takes care of its people. Now, at the time, it's not like the government could easily provide for food for everyone, right? But if we're in the position to do it, we probably should be, because that way at least the people are then able to not worry about whether or not they have to put food on the table and can worry about actually pursuing the things they care about. And also, hearing a lot of people on this stage, I'll land on this, talk about how, well, if people have more money, they'll choose to donate this to like whatever causes or things like that. But then I'm hearing from the same people, it's my money, I want to be able to retain it and do what I want with it and things like that. Those two mentalities, they don't go hand in hand. Right? If you're really looking to keep as much money as you can for yourself, you're just
is not likely to donate it to other causes.
Life, liberty, in the pursuit of happiness. The federal government's there.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
Matt.
go ahead. If you take it, please
The
take it in whatever
pursuit
direction.
of happiness. I'll go. So,
What does that mean, Matt? Do you know what Jefferson meant when he wrote that?
no, but I bet you do. 'Cause you're a lot smarter than I am.
I do. It had everything to do with intelligence and what was called from the Greeks. But Matt, have you ever read the Constitution?
I never have. Go ahead.
So you're a conservative who's never read the Constitution?
Yeah, no, I've never read the Constitution. No.
You don't know the preamble to the Constitution? Go
ahead. I'm listening. You're going to educate
you know
me.
what I'm asking?
Educate me, please.
No, I'm asking, do you know it?
I can read it. Yeah, let me read it to you.
Yeah. No, I want you to go read it for yourself.
Okay.
Do you, Matt, this is for you, do you think your taxes would be cheaper or lower if food went away?
Oh, no, of course not. No, I wish they would be. It's a very small, look, food stamps is a very small piece of a larger problem. The larger problem is everybody looks at the federal government to solve their problems. The federal government needs to be the last person, the last people to solve you. Somebody sometime in D.C. doesn't give a two shit about me down here in Houston, Texas. They don't.
That's not the government. So you're not a conservative. The government is we the people. You don't know Lincoln's Gettysburg Address. By the way, people have been talking about people staying on SNAP for a long time. I just have to look it up. Do people know that most people leave SNAP within a year? Huh? Y'all talking on here?
I made that point. SNAP has doubled over the past years.
I said the number of people on it. I'm not talking number on it. I'm talking about how long.
I'm talking about big double.
How many times do they go back on it?
Hold on. Let me just finish.
Let's talk about
67% and 67% leave the program within 24 months. The people that stay on the longest are elderly people and the disabled.
Just look and see how many people go back on it after they get off.
This double.
I can get it for you. Hold on, let me check.
It's doubled over the past. It's funny how what SNAP been done over the past 10 to 15 years.
Well, it's been bad because it's been bad. I can tell you, we've had a pandemic, but these averages are post-pandemic. So even though you have more people on it, more than half goes off. And I'm gonna check.
Again, politicians don't get elected by taking shit away from people, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, the Republicans do. You're in Texas. That's all you guys do is take rights away from people, and you continue to get reelected. Y'all know that politicians aren't just federal, right? They're also state officials. Republican state officials get reelected all the time, taking things away from people, whether it's human rights, whether it's bodily autonomy, whether it's water breaks in Texas. I can't believe that you guys still.
Yeah, we don't let our baby be killed here in Texas. Sorry.
Well, that's on you.
Yeah, it is. If I didn't like it, to move.
They're still killing them.
Lincoln, it's about $1 billion a month that goes to the U.S. economy via SNAP benefits.
Yep.
Now take that away. Somebody's gonna hurt.
Yeah, so then you posted kind of a similar angle to what I posted too, which like for every $1 in the SNAP, you're getting anywhere from $1.54 to $1.79 in economic benefit and value. Like even when people start arguing things like, "Well, I want my money to go to SNAP," it's like, but prudent fucking business decision for the government because it helps people get back on their feet, back to the economy.
Dude, why don't we get trillions of dollars away? Why don't we get trillions of dollars away?
Matt, you gotta talk less. Did we say $8 billion?
Yeah, I put the link in chat. It's
And do
$8
people
billion.
think that is a big number or a small number? I think that's important. I actually don't think it's that big of a number.
What percentage? The question is what percentage? The question would be then what percentage is $8 million to the U.S. economy?
$8 million. Well, so the GDP is like $75 trillion per year.
Spending or GDP?
30 trillion.
In the mid to low 20s, and the spending is about 4 to 5.
trillion.
So the 8 billion it seems like a lot, but it's not a lot, but it is a lot. Because it affects everybody, whether you receive it directly or if you're in the industry that provides to it. Just like I gave the trucking example.
Right, so
If
you would
the
say
grocery
that it's
store-
impactful, it's meaningful, it's a good spend, right? It helps people, but in terms of
helps
budget, it's a
everybody.
small number.
But it helps everybody.
I think that's how you would sell it. If
It
you
helps the big corporations that are selling $10 a pound chips. That's who it helps. It helps them more than it does the farmer. So yeah, you can say it's great for the economy.
If you're concerned about the corporate, extract more taxes from the corporations then. And then cycle that fucking program.
Oh my goodness.
$4 billion would come out of the private sector to help feed people. It wouldn't cost $8 billion a year, a month. It costs $8 billion. Anything the public sector, anything the government does is a lot more expensive than the private sector.
That's not true.
No, that's $8 billion a month. $8 billion
That's
a
not
month.
true.
8 billion a month, not 8 billion a year. 8 billion a month.
You know. Is anybody familiar with the F-35 program?
Instantly.
Do you guys know the F-35 program is estimated to cost American taxpayers $2 trillion, and they haven't flown or used those planes one time?
That's government.
No.
It sucks. Everything they do, gotta go.
The F-35 is flown. It's a boondoggle, but they are
people
flown.
are upset about. Oh, okay, they're flown. That's fair. People are upset about $8 billion in food, but the DoD can get $1 trillion plus budgets every year. In this country, I don't know why we call this a Judeo-Christian country. There are no Christian values.
Can't people be upset about both? Because I'm upset about both, I guess. Especially when people are buying pop. I'm okay if you need SNAP, but if you're going to be buying pop with my SNAP dollars, that's where I draw the line.
Don't drink pop. Don't dare you drink from fucking
That's where
pop.
I draw the line.
Fascinating to me. Don't drink pop. That's fucking amazing. You mad because somebody drinking pop?
Well, what about?
I didn't say they couldn't drink pop. No. See, you're misconstruing. I said they can't buy pop with SNAP dollars.
Clearly they can. Clearly they can. What are you talking about?
When they say I'm a pop,
I still don't understand something.
It's technically legal that people can buy pop with SNAP dollars. I wish it wasn't legal that they could buy pop with their SNAP benefits.
Right.
I want them to buy food.
Hey, Brian, I would say you're
not
wasting
Wagyu
wishes.
A5 beef.
If you had a wish, you should wish for world peace, opposed to wishing that people can't buy fucking pop. Like, stop it, dude.
Can I ask the people that? Hold on, Brian. Let me ask you this. Are you willing to spend the enforcement dollars on making sure people don't buy pop with their SNAP benefits?
Off of the EBT eligible scan barcode.
Now,
okay, what's stopping literally any institution from ringing up pop under something else?
What's stopping any institution from doing it now? I mean,
that's my point. So now you have to worry about the enforcement cost, dude.
No, we don't have to enforce it.
Brian,
the way you're trying to justify.
Brian, now if I'm a Pepsi manufacturer and you say you can't buy my product with government money, do you see how that sounds? I'm a Pepsi manufacturer. I manufacture Pepsi and I sell a product on the market and I pay good taxes. I got employees, I put them to work and they all pay taxes. So you mean to tell me some of that money that they are taking out of these checks, it can't be bought for the product that I'm manufacturing? That's not a good look.
The SNAP money, no. The money that they're getting from working, yes.
That's not a good look.
See, you guys are inferring two things together that I'm not saying.
But see, yes, that's what you are saying. Now just think.
You can have pop if you're on SNAP, but you're not going to buy SNAP.
I own Pepsi. Let's say I'm a stockholder in Pepsi.
And that's why Swedish Fish can be bought with SNAP right now.
And you cannot buy my product that I'm selling at market with your SNAP benefits that I contribute to. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. That's why you, as PepsiCo, lobbied to get it on there, and that's why it's on there.
But see,
Hey, Brian, what if they determine that you can't buy beef with SNAP no more because beef is unhealthy? You wouldn't like that shit, would you? You would flip mountains for that shit.
Are you saying Pepsi's healthy?
Not if I sell beef beef at the market. Sugar isn't
Ooh,
healthy.
Brian, are you a
It's a
vegetarian?
benefit.
Nah, fuck that. I love my beef, but that's the point that I'm making. Like,
Sugar
we're gonna
isn't
fucking
healthy.
deny people beef.
The whole
I say
point
people
is,
shouldn't buy $100 a steak beef. Absolutely.
not Brian.
Any beef is unhealthy, dude. Fucking
Right.
compared to non-beef foods like chicken.
Right.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
Basic-
chicken, you get half of the calories and half the vitamins, half the zinc, half of the nutrition.
Brian, let's do bacon.
Let's go to nutrition and calorie intake.
Eat fish. Eat fish, bro. Eat
Let's do
fish.
basic.
They're soiling green.
All right, guys,
What the
this is
fuck?
terrible to listen to.
Let's do basic economics. It doesn't make sense to regulate food items that's sold at the grocery store.
We already do. We already do,
Alcohol.
though. Do you realize that? We regulate it by SNAP. There are things you can't buy with SNAP right now.
No, they just implemented that. That just came
That's
recently.
no. That's
But it
been a
takes
thing
away- it
for the
takes
whole time
away
of
from-
SNAP. They've been adding foods to it
It takes
because
away-
PepsiCo's been lobbying to add Pepsi products.
But
So
listen,
yes, you can buy pop.
Brian, it takes.
You're misinformed.
It takes away from the bottom line of the grocery market industry. Period.
Right, guys,
So
guys,
that
So
that
I've
means
got to
that
run. Wait,
means-
sorry to do this, but I've got to run. And JB said shut it down when I have to leave. So
See you, Pete.
sorry about that. See ya.
Yeah. Oh well.